Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're well. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of The Witness. Now, 2 streams ago, that would be last Monday's stream, we managed to gain access to these tunnels, and last stream we did a variety of puzzles in these tunnels, and the last thing that we finished on was my attempts at this particular challenge, which we have been jokingly referring to as the Mountain Kings challenge, because of course one of the 2 pieces of music that plays is in the Hall of the Mountain King, and that seems like a good place to start now. So in just a moment I shall be making another attempt. Hello Stevio. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. So yeah, let's get into it. So this is a timed challenge for those that don't know. And I seem to... well, I suppose I don't actually know how long it is. I seem to have made it quite a ways through it before. Nope, that doesn't work. I think I see the solution though. Or do I? No, I don't. Yes, I do. There we go. Nope. Well, a strong start. This is apparently a piece of music called Anita's Dance. And that took me a little longer than it probably should have done, unfortunately. Some of them seem to change, some of them... in fact, they probably all do change now I think about it. Definitely many of them do. In the bit that I'm doing right now, even the order in which I have to do these tablets changes. So there's, I say tablet panels. There's 4 of them and I don't know. Interesting. Sorry, I was saying there's 4 of these panels and I don't necessarily know which one's going to be activated next. There we go. That took me longer than it should do. Which one's the one I haven't done? This one? Yes. Right, so in this next section, interestingly, 2 of these 3 puzzles will be impossible. That one's definitely impossible, because we've got that checkerboard pattern that can never be completed. That one might be possible. That one might be possible. Ah, checkerboard. Right, this one's the only one that can actually be completed. And same over here, only one of them will be possible, but I don't know of a really quick way to figure it out in this case like I could do with the other ones. Are we onto the Hall of the Mountain King already? In the Hall of the Mountain King, I should say. Yep. Okay, that's bad. Only one of these is possible, and I'm not sure which one that is. Yep, all of this part is timed. As soon as In the Hall of the Mountain King ends, that's my time, all the puzzles stop. And reset. Which isn't great. Right, got there in the end. Now we have now we're onto the bit that I don't fully understand. Oops, I made a mistake. Yep. Do I have to reset, I wonder? It's worth trying, isn't it? How does that look? 2, 3... No, there's a mistake. This one's going to work. I don't think I'm getting it this time. This is incidentally a maze. If I just start running around, you'll see that I can't. I'm very limited movement, and if I come back here, we end up in an area with a series of puzzles that are literally impossible. Triangle puzzles throw me off. Yeah, so that's my time. It's all reset now. And this is as far as I have got to so far. So I know how to do everything up to here. I get to this maze, and I don't know what I'm expected to do. I've navigated through the maze successfully before. You just saw me do so, and I managed to get into this area. But there was nothing to do in here. So I don't actually know what's expected of me. It's possible I'm expected to wander around the maze and just complete the triangle puzzles. Or maybe I'm not supposed to do that. Maybe I'm supposed to do something else. I really don't know. I don't even know what those triangle puzzles do, if anything. But yeah, that's where we're up to. So, well, the first part of this stream is probably going to be me restarting the music over and over again, getting to the maze portion, and trying to figure out what's expected of me. Still, at least we have nice music. That was better. Right. I don't want to jinx it, but we seem to be making better time than we were last time. And as you've no doubt noticed, as I suggested before, the order in which these panels are activating changes. Right, this is the next one apparently. I'd love to do an escape room with you. I'm not sure I'd be much help, I'm afraid. That can't be rotated. How does this work? It must combine with this one. So that must be down the bottom. That's probably the middle portion. Maybe? That works, doesn't it? Yeah. It's once in the hull of the Mountain King begins that we know we're in trouble. Hold on. How does this work then? Oh, this way? No. I have to go that way, I have to go this way, I have to go this way. This is when I start to get some choice. Oh, I see. I should have gone down here. Got there in the end. Right. Which ones are impossible? That's impossible. That one looks doable. I didn't... It is indeed nice music. Oh dear. So which one is it? Which one's the one that's actually completable? strong start, but no follow through. Your accent is really throwing me off. I'm guessing you're from somewhere within a certain radius of Coventry. Where is Coventry? West Midlands. Yeah, quite a ways off, I'm afraid. Wait, how's that possible? Like so. Oh, you're in Cornwall. Interesting. Sorry, I'd be more talkative, but obviously I'm concentrating. I wouldn't feel too bad about getting that wrong, though. I have quite a mixed accent, as I understand it, so... It's certainly not the first person to incorrectly guess where I'm from. And I dare say you won't be the last. Does that work? No. Yes, I dare say we'll be here a while. Hold on. No, that's not gonna work. That works so far. Ast. There it is. Oh, this one's easier. Oh no! It's easier, he says, and then immediately gets it wrong. For a puzzle to complete. Oh, back we go. That was a good attempt. Yeah, it was alright. Except I haven't managed to divide up the stars in that. In that case. Because if I follow that path along, there's no way back. I know this must be one of the stars on the outside, if you will, of whichever container I draw. Unless... that doesn't work. I think I'll throw it and then reset it. Which was the last one I did? Wait, has this turned them all off? No. It was this one, wasn't it? Right, that was easier. Is this... no? This one. You can tell I'm not doing as well on the time on this occasion. Right, this one is the only one that's doable. Wait. I have a hypothesis, I haven't proved it, but I reckon a row or column of 3 different colours like that would be a quick way of determining ones that are impossible. That may not be true, that's just something that I've only just thought of. And we'll have to see if that works or not. That's time. I reckon by the time Hall of the Mountain King is on, you need to have done the triangle maze part. That's possible, but I don't actually know what's required of me there. I don't know if I'm supposed to be completing those triangle puzzles, and if I am, how many of them there are, etc. We'll have to see. I don't know what happens when they're done. Still, I won't be daunted. I'll keep at it until it's done. I believe in your ability to make this happen. Well, that makes one of us. Oh, have I missed one? Which one have I missed? This one? Yes. Interesting. Got there in the end. Right, which one of these is possible? That's impossible, that's impossible, must be this one. Okay, my hypothesis before was clearly wrong, because I don't think any of these puzzles have three differing colours in a single row or column. Contiguous row or column. Oops. Blast. Aw. Well, back we go. Oh, wish me luck. Wait, hold on. This is daft. Okay, I take it that didn't do anything. I just remembered the way that the films work in the theatre. The way that the actual beam that you create recedes and that acts as a timer. And I was just thinking, can I reset this? Puzzle smarter, not harder, as it were. But no such luck today, it would seem. Goodness. I think I see. So far so good. Wait, was there one more I haven't done? No! I didn't do this one. That was sloppy. Well, as long as In the Hall of the Mountain King isn't playing, I'm happy. Speaking of, we can but keep trying. Oh, it's the same layout as the maze room. Ooh. Right, so forwards 2, left 3, so right 3, forwards 2, right 3, then we turn the corner twice, so then we do an S shape, and then it's up and to the end. That could be big. Thank you for pointing that out. Of course, it's still dependent on me being able to complete all this in a timely fashion. Well, I'm thinking that where those yellow hexagons were, those might be where the triangle puzzles are that I need to solve. Unfortunately, they're on the way. Well, I suppose they'd have to be on the way, wouldn't they? Due to how those puzzles work. Wow, that was lucky. Right, what was it? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Then we turn and... oh, looky there. What are the chances? No, that won't work because this one down here wasn't... right. I need to focus. That's all right, isn't it? And then round here? Well, what do you know? Hold on. Oh, tricky one. I'm stuck once I get there, aren't I? But how do I get 2 here, not 3? Right, let's check again. 1 there, 1 there, 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. 1 there, 2 there, 1 there. I think that's it. Right, where was it now? Was it an S-shaped round? I've gone wrong. That's alright, I'm back to the start. 1, 2, 3. Then it was an S round here, wasn't it? Round here, round here, round here, up here, straight to the end. Oh my goodness, it keeps going. This is the farthest we've ever been, but it keeps going. I'm not sure I can complete this fast enough. Those are the last two, I think so. I hope so. Oh my goodness. Yes, you were very right, Stevio. You're the reason I did it this time. Oh, thank you. But but you deserve quite a lot of the credit. Right, let me copy this out and we'll reward ourselves with another film in the theatre. It was a wild theory I came up with, I wasn't 100% sure. Well, you spotted it and I didn't. About halfway through copying this out. I just realised I got an achievement there. I've got a feeling that on Steam there were in fact only 2 achievements in this game. I could be wrong. In which case that means I have both of them. Ignoring possibly hidden achievements. Which way to the theatre? It's this way, isn't it? From here. Oh goodness. Only took me 50 minutes. With Stevio's excellent help. Yeah, it's this way, isn't it? In fact, it's right below us. I was wondering where that last bunker was. But somehow it just never seemed to click with me that that might actually be the final bunker. I assumed it was something else entirely. A scheme by Professor Moriarty. The Secret of Psalm 46.
How many of you here have personally witnessed a total eclipse of the sun? To stand one day in the shadow of the moon is one of my humble goals in life. The closest I ever came was over 30 years ago. On February 26, 1979, a solar eclipse passed directly over the city of Portland. I bought my bus tickets and found a place to stay, but in the end, I couldn't get the time off work. Well, anyone who lives in Portland can tell you that the chances of catching the sun in February are pretty slim. And sure enough, the skies over the city that day were completely overcast. I wouldn't have seen a thing. That work I couldn't get out of was my first job out of college. A sales clerk at an old Radio Shack store in beautiful downtown Worcester, Massachusetts. On my very first day behind the counter, a delivery truck pulled up to the front of the store. They carried in a big carton, upon which was printed the legend TRS-80. It was our floor sample of the world's first mass-market microcomputer. The TRS-80 Model 1 had a Z80 processor clocked at 1.7 MHz, 4,096 bytes of memory, and a 64-character black and white text display. The only storage was a cassette recorder. All this could be yours for the low, low price of $599.
Back
The
then as
store I
well.
was working in had seen better days. At one time, it had been near the center of a thriving commercial district. But like so many other New England cities, the advent of shopping malls had, by the early 70s, turned it into a ghost town. Worcester's solution to this problem was decisive, to say the least. The city's elders apparently decided that if they couldn't beat them, they would join them. And so, several square blocks at the heart of the city were bulldozed into oblivion, destroying dozens of family businesses, including the site of a pharmacy once operated by my great-grandfather. In their place was erected a vast 3-level shopping complex with cinemas and a food court. When the dust settled, only a few forlorn blocks of the old Worcester remained standing. My Radio Shack store was in one of those blocks. Then, to add insult to injury, Radio Shack opened a brand new location inside the shopping center, less than 500 feet from my store.
Oh dear.
So now patrons had a choice between a clean, well-lighted establishment, uniformed security, and acres of convenient parking, or a shadowy hole in a seedy old office building next to an adult movie theater. Consequently, I had plenty of time to fool around with the new computer. I taught myself basic programming. Then I learned Z80 assembly. Both, of course, so that I could write games. I also created self-running animated demos, which ran all night in the store window for the edification of the winos who peed in our doorway. Strangely enough, the few customers we had didn't seem to be interested in our new computer, even after the 16K memory upgrade. In fact, most of the people who set off the buzzer on their way through the front door weren't there to buy anything at all. They were there to exploit a free promotion, which was the bane of Radio Shack employees for over 40 years, the Battery of the Month Club. The idea of this promotion was simple. Customers got a little red card upon which was printed a square for each month. 12 times a year, the lucky sales clerk got to punch out a square and give the customer one brand new AAA, AA, C, D, or 9-volt battery. Of course, customers weren't allowed to choose just any grade of battery. At the time of my employment, Radio Shack offered 3 different levels of battery excellence. First were the alkalines, powerful, long-lasting, and expensive, hanging behind the counter like prescription medication in gold-embossed blister packs. These were most certainly not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Next were the high-end lead batteries, sturdy, dependable batteries, moderately priced, and prominently displayed near the front of the store. These were also not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Finally, at the bottom of the barrel were the standard lead batteries. These were literally piled in barrels, cunningly located way at the back of the store, in a dark corner near the TV antennas. Remember TV antennas? Customers who came in looking for their free Battery of the Month had to walk the entire length of the premises, past the CB radios and stereo headphones and remote-controlled racing cars. Nothing would stop them. On the first day of every month, like clockwork, those customers came in waving their little red cards. I would look up from my programming and wave them to the back of the store. It didn't matter that the batteries were only worth 29 cents. It didn't matter that most of them were already half dead. They came, they grabbed. And as far as I can remember, not one of them ever paid for a damned thing. I was such a crappy salesman. I was young and foolish. I thought my education in game design was happening at the keyboard. I almost missed the lesson coming through the front door. Fortunately, I wasn't the only person fooling around with games on micros. All over the country, people like me were experimenting. Scott Adams was coding what would soon become the world's first commercial adventure game. Remember adventure games? My future employer, Infocom, was being founded, along with other legendary companies like Online Systems, Sirius, Personal Software, and SSI. Those were exciting times. Teenagers were making fortunes. Games were cheap and easy to build. The slate was clean. But in 1979, the biggest news in gaming had nothing to do with computers. On the morning of the autumn equinox, September 20th, a new children's picture book appeared in the stores of Great Britain. This picture book was rather peculiar. It consisted of 15 meticulously detailed color paintings, illustrating a slight, whimsical tale about a rabbit delivering a jewel to the moon. On the back jacket of the book was a color photograph of a real jewel, shaped like a running rabbit, 5 inches long, fashioned of 18-karat gold, suspended with ornaments and bells, together with a sun and moon of blue quartz.
Is this going to be some sort of
According
prize?
to the blurb underneath, this very jewel had been buried somewhere in England. Clues pointing to its location were concealed in the text and in the pictures of the book. The treasure would belong to whoever found it first. The book was called Masquerade. It was created by an eccentric little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief named Kit Williams. Within days, the first printing was sold out, and the empire that never sleeps found itself in the grip of rabbit fever. Excited readers attacked the paintings with rulers, compasses, and protractors. Magazine articles and TV specials dissected the clues, floated theories, and followed with keen delight the reckless exploits of the fanatics. One obscure park, unfortunately known by the nickname Rabbit Hill, was so riddled with holes excavated by misguided treasure seekers that the authorities had to erect signs assuring the public that no gold rabbits were to be found there. Some hunters ended up seeking psychological counseling for their obsession. The craze leapt over the Atlantic Ocean and invaded America, France, Italy, and Germany. It sold over 1 million copies in a few months, a record unrivaled by any children's title until the advent of Harry Potter. Over 150,000 copies were sold in foreign translations, including 80,000 copies in Japanese, despite the fact that the puzzle was only solvable in English. It didn't matter that the masquerade jewel was only worth a few $1,000s. Many seekers spent far more than that in their months of exploration and travel. It was the thrill of the chase, the possibility of being the one. Treasure hunts, secret messages, and hidden things seem to exert an irresistible appeal. They're fun to look for and to talk about. And this fact of human psychology has been exploited in computer games since the earliest days.
Didn't Kit Williams have to
It finds expression in the hidden surprises we call Easter eggs.
go into hiding or something for a while, or just remove himself from the public eye after
Atari's
that?
Stephen Wright is credited with coining this term in the first issue of Electronic Games magazine. The first Easter egg in a commercial computer game appeared in an early Atari 2600 cartridge called, simply enough, Adventure. By a sequence of unlikely movements and obscure manipulations, players could discover a secret room where the words "Created by Warren Robinette" appeared in flashing letters. Over the decades, Easter eggs and their evil twin, cheat codes, have become an industry within an industry. Entire magazines and websites are now devoted to their carefully orchestrated discovery and dissemination. They're part of our toolkit, our basic vocabulary, the language of computer game design. Computer gamers may have been the first to refer to hidden surprises as Easter eggs, but we certainly weren't the first to use them. Painters, composers, and artists of every discipline have been hiding stuff in their works for centuries. The recent advent of VCRs and Laserdisc players with freeze-frame capability exposed decades of secret Disney erotica. Thomas Kincaid, the self-appointed painter of light, amuses himself by hiding the letter N in his works. A number beside his signature indicates how many N's are hidden in each painting. Picasso, Dali, Raphael, Poussin, and dozens of other painters concealed all kinds of stuff in their paintings. A favorite trick was hiding portraits of themselves, their families, friends, and fellow artists in crowd scenes. El Greco loved dogs, but the Catholic Church forbid him from including any in his sacred paintings. So he hid them, usually within the outlines of celestial clouds. Composer Dmitri Shostakovich chafed under the political censorship imposed by the Soviet Ministry of Culture. His symphonies and chamber works are loaded with hidden signatures and subversive subtexts which, had they been recognized, would have sent him to Siberia. Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute, is filled with musical allusions to the rituals of the Freemasons, the ancient secret society of which he and his mentor Haydn were members. But the most famous purveyor of Easter eggs is that champion of the late Baroque, the ultimate musical nerd, Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach was a student of gematria, the art of assigning numeric values to letters of the alphabet, A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, etc. By comparing, sequencing, or otherwise manipulating these numbers, secret messages can be concealed. Bach took particular delight in the geometrical numbers 14 and 41. 14 is the sum of the initials of his last name, B equals 2, A equals 1, C equals 3, and H equals 8. 41 is the sum of his expanded initials, J.S. Bach. These two numbers show up over and over again in Bach's compositions. One of the better-known examples is his setting of the chorale Vor deinem Thron. The first line of the melody contains exactly 14 notes, and the entire melody, from start to finish, contains 41. Another of Bach's favorite games was the puzzle canon. A canon is a melody that sounds good when you play it on top of itself, a little bit out of sync. Frere Jacques and Row, Row, Row Your Boat are familiar examples of simple, two-voice canons. But a canon can employ any number of voices. And you don't have to play each voice the same way either. You can change the octave, transpose the key, invert the pitch, play it backwards, or any combination. Finding melodies that make good multi-voice canons is a fussy and difficult art, of which Bach was an undisputed master. Now, in a puzzle canon, the composer specifies the basic melody and the number of voices, but not the relationship of the voices. The student has to figure out the position and key of each voice and whether to perform them inverted and/or backwards. Bach wrote quite a number of puzzle canons. The most famous, BWV 1076, is part of a fascinating story. One of Bach's students was a fellow by the name of Lorenz Mizler, founder of the Society of Musical Science. This elite, invitation-only institution devoted itself to the study of Pythagorean philosophy and the union of music and mathematics. Its distinguished membership reads like a who's who of German composers, including Handel, Telemann, and eventually Mozart. Applicants for membership in the society were required to submit an oil portrait of themselves, along with a specimen of original music. With nerdly efficiency, Society member number 14 decided to combine these admission requirements into a single work. He sat for a portrait with Elias Hausmann, official artist at the court of Dresden. This portrait, which now hangs in the gallery of the town hall in Leipzig, is the only indisputably authentic image of Bach in existence. The Hausmann portrait shows Bach dressed in a formal coat with exactly 14 buttons. In his hand is a sheet of music paper, upon which is written a puzzle canon for 6 simultaneous voices. In 1974, a manuscript was discovered which proved that this canon was the 13th in a series of exactly 14 canons based on the ground theme of the famous Goldberg Variations. As if these musical gymnastics weren't enough, Bach liked to hide messages in his compositions by assigning notes to the letters. His initials, B-A-C-H, correspond to the pitch sequence B-flat, A, C, and B natural in German letter notation. This theme makes its most memorable appearance in the last bars of his final composition, The Art of Fugue, published soon after his death in 1750. The word fugue comes from the Latin fuga, which means flight, as in running away. So the art of fugue is the art of flight, the art of taking a theme and running with it. Bach wrote hundreds of fugues, but none as sublime as this sequence of 14. In the last and most complicated fugue in the series, the first and second sections develop normally. This is followed by the B-A-C-H signature, and then suddenly, without any warning or structural justification, the fugue stops, dead in its tracks. One of the composer's 20 children, his son Carl Philipp Emanuel, claimed that Bach died moments after those last few notes were written. This story is probably apocryphal. The Easter eggs in Bach's music are a pleasant obscurity, known chiefly to professors and students of Baroque music. But in March of 2002, when this lecture was first delivered, those Easter eggs were the talk of the entire classical music industry. Sitting near the top of the classical music charts that month was a compact disc on the ECM label called Morimer. It was performed by the Hilliard Choral Ensemble, together with a talented but, until then, little-known violinist, Christoph Poppen. The music on Morimer is based on a geometrical analysis of Bach's Partita in D minor for solo violin. This analysis, by German professor Helga Thon, assigns numeric values to the duration of notes, the number of bars, and the German letter notation of the partita. In doing so, She claims to have discovered the complete text of several liturgical ceremonies encoded in the notes.
I doubt that.
The CD presented these hidden texts superimposed over the original music. The result was strangely melancholy, dark, haunting, and very, very popular. Quite a few music critics attacked this disc. They didn't buy Professor Thone's analysis, dismissing it as a combination of numerology and canny marketing.
Sounds
Their
about
caution
right.
was not without basis. Numerology is a slippery slope down which many a fine mind has slid to its doom. Allow me to offer an amusing anecdote from my own experience. Back in the early 90s, before the internet took off, one of the more popular online bulletin board systems was a service called Prodigy. I bought an account on Prodigy so I could join a fraternal interest group and gossip with fellow members around the country. One day, a stranger appeared on our bulletin board. Right away, I knew we were in trouble. This fellow, whose name was Gary, began spouting all kinds of apocalyptic nonsense about worldwide conspiracies, secret societies, and devil worship. At first, we tried to be polite. We questioned his sources, corrected his histories, logically refuted his claims, and tried to behave in a civilized manner. But instead of soothing him, our attention only made him worse. His conspiratorial warnings became urgent, approaching hysteria. He began to threaten people who disagreed with him. To coin a phrase, Gary went all uppercase. But his most urgent warnings weren't about the gays, the Jews, the Rockefellers, or the Illuminati. According to Gary, the greatest enemy of mankind was Santa Claus. Gary claimed to possess a secret numerical formula that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Santa Claus was an avatar of the Antichrist. Intrigued, we pressed Gary to reveal his formula. In doing so, we walked right into his trap. We should have known he had a book to sell. I fell for it. I sent him the $15. Less than a week later, the book arrived. Above an ominous photograph of the Washington Monument was emblazoned the title, 666, The Final Warning. Inside this privately printed 494-page monster, Gary reveals a simple geometrical formula, which he claims was developed by the ancient Sumerians. This formula assigns successive products of 6 to each letter of the alphabet. A equals 6, B equals 12, C equals 18, etc. Imagine my dismay when I applied this ancient formula to the name Santa Claus and obtained the blasphemous sum of 666, the biblical number of the beast. I went on Prodigy and reported to the stunned members of our interest group that Gary was right after all. There could be no doubt that according to the unimpeachable wisdom of ancient Samaria, Santa Claus was the Antichrist. I then went on to point out several other names which, when submitted to Gary's formula, also produced the sum 666. Names like St. James, New York, and New Mexico. Soon the bulletin board was filled with discoveries like computer, Boston tea, and most sinister of all, sing karaoke. Gary left us alone after that. I got my $15 worth. But Gary is hardly the first person to connect secret codes to the Bible. People have been looking for Easter eggs in the Bible for hundreds of years. The Hebrew mystical tradition of Kabbalah can be described as a geometrical meditation on the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. The advent of computers has made the application of numerology to the Bible fast and efficient. The latest spate of Bible searching was instigated by a book published in 1998 by Michael Drosnin, a former Wall Street Journal reporter. His book, The Bible Code, applied a skip cipher in which every nth character in a text is combined to form a message. By applying his skip cipher to the Hebrew text of the Old Testament, Drosnin claimed to have discovered predictions of World War II, the Holocaust, Hiroshima, the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and both Kennedys, the moon landing, Watergate, the Oklahoma City bombing, the election of Bill Clinton, the death of Princess Di, and the comet that collided with Jupiter. He also found predictions of a giant earthquake in LA, a meteor hitting the Earth, and nuclear Armageddon, all scheduled to occur before the end of the last decade. The Bible Code spent many weeks on the bestseller lists, spawning several sequels and dozens of imitators. The Bible has certainly attracted its share of crackpots, but for the real hardcore egg hunters, nothing can rival the ingenuity, the tenacious scholarship, the stubborn zeal of those who seek the answer to the ultimate literary puzzle, a poisonous conundrum that has squandered fortunes, destroyed careers, and driven healthy, intelligent scholars to the brink of madness and beyond. Who wrote Shakespeare? The essays and books devoted to the Shakespeare authorship problem are sufficient to fill a large library. Several such libraries actually exist. Not even a day-long tutorial, much less an hour lecture, can begin to do justice to this complex, bizarre, and dangerously tantalizing story. Nevertheless, for the unacquainted, I will attempt to summarize the issue in a few paragraphs. The undisputed facts of Shakespeare's life and career could be scribbled on the back of a cocktail napkin. We know for a fact that a man named William Shakespeare was born in 1564 in or around the village of Stratford-upon-Avon. We know that he had a wife and at least 3 children. We know he bought property in Stratford, was involved in several lawsuits with his neighbors, and died there in 1616, aged 52. We also know that during those same years, a man with a last name similar to Shakespeare worked as an actor on the London stage, eventually becoming co-owner of some of the theaters there. We also know that about the same time, a number of most excellent poems and plays were published in London under the name Shakespeare. We do not know for a fact that the landowner in Stratford and the actor in London with a similar last name were one and the same man. We do not know for a fact that either man had anything to do with the poems and the plays. All we know is that those poems and plays have, in the 400 years since their composition, come to be regarded as a pinnacle of Western culture. The works attributed to Shakespeare appear to have been written by a man or woman who knew something about just about everything. They're filled with references to mythology and classic literature, games and sports, war and weapons of war, ships and sailing, the law and legal terminology, court etiquette, statesmanship, horticulture, music, astronomy, medicine, falconry, and, of course, theater. Therein lies the problem. How could a farmer's son of uncertain schooling, from a mostly illiterate country village, a man of practically no account at all, wield such encyclopedic learning with so much eloquence and wit, so much wisdom and human understanding?
I don't think that's an accurate
For the first
portrayal of
150
his circumstances.
years, nobody questioned the traditional history of the bard. Then, in the late 18th century, Reverend James Wilmot, a distinguished scholar who lived just a few miles north of Stratford, decided to write a biography of the famous playwright. Dr. Wilmot believed that a man as well educated as Shakespeare must have owned a fairly extensive library, despite the fact that not a single book or manuscript is mentioned in his will. Over the years, he speculated, some of those books must have found their way into local collections. And so, the good Reverend Doctor scoured the British countryside, taking inventory of literally every bookshelf within 50 miles of Stratford. Not a single book from the library of William Shakespeare was discovered. Neither were there found any letters to, from, or about Shakespeare. Furthermore, no references to the folklore, local sayings, or distinctive dialect of the Stratford area could be found in any of Shakespeare's writings. After 4 years of painstaking research, Dr. Wilmot concluded, to his own dismay, that only one person contemporary with Shakespeare of Stratford had ever demonstrated the wide-ranging education and expressive talent needed to compose those poems and
Local
plays.
lord, by any chance?
That man was the multilingual author, philosopher, and statesman, inventor of the scientific method, chancellor to the courts of Queen Elizabeth and King James, Sir Francis Bacon. Dr. Wilmot never dared to publish his theory, but before he died, he confided it to a friend, James Cowell, who, in 1805, repeated it to a meeting of the Ipswich Philosophical Society. The members of the society were suitably outraged, and the scandalous matter was quickly forgotten. Then, in 1857, a lady from Stratford, Connecticut, published a book called The Philosophy of the Plays of Shakespeare Unfolded. In this book, Miss Delia Bacon, no relation to Francis, claimed that the works of Shakespeare were written by a secret cabal of British nobility, including Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Philip Sidney, as well as Sir Francis Bacon. Delia Bacon's book electrified the world of letters. Battle lines were drawn between the orthodox Stratfordians and the heretical Baconians. Literary societies and scholarly journals were formed to debate the evidence. Hundreds of pamphlets, newspaper articles, and essays were published defending each side and ridiculing the opposition with that self-aggrandizing viciousness peculiar to tenured academics. Armed with her explosive book, Delia Bacon journeyed to Stratford-upon-Avon and, unbelievably, obtained official permission to open Shakespeare's grave. However, when the moment came to actually lift the stone, Delia's self-doubt precipitated a catastrophic nervous breakdown. She later died penniless in a madhouse. Around 1888, things began to get a bit out of hand. U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota became interested in the Shakespeare controversy.
That's a good name.
One day, browsing
Ignatius.
through his facsimile copy of the first folio of 1623, he noted that the word Bacon appeared on page 53 of the Histories and also on page 53 of the Comedies. He also noted that Sir Francis Bacon had written extensively on the subject of cryptography. Donnelly began counting line and page numbers, adding and subtracting letters, drawing lines over sentences, circling words, and crossing them out. The result was a complex and virtually incomprehensible algorithm, which he claimed was invented by Bacon to hide secret messages inside the first folio. The greatest Easter egg hunt in the history of Western civilization had begun. Here are just a couple of the sillier highlights. A doctor named Orville Owen of Detroit constructed a bizarre research tool he called the Wheel of Fortune. This wheel consisted of 2 giant wooden spools wrapped with a strip of canvas 2 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. Onto this canvas, he glued the separate pages of the complete works of Bacon, Shakespeare, Marlowe, Greene, Peele, and Spenser, together with Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. By cranking the spools back and forth, Dr. Owen could quickly zip across the pages in search of clues and cross-references. Employing a large team of secretaries and stenographers, Owen claimed to have uncovered a complete alternative history of Elizabethan England, as well as several entirely new Shakespeare plays and sonnets. Listen to this
Very
hidden verse,
convenient.
supposedly penned by the
Convenient.
mighty bard himself, which inspired Dr. Owen to build his Wheel of Fortune. Take your knife and cut all our books asunder, and set the leaves on a great firm wheel, which rolls and rolls, and turning the fickle rolling wheel, throw your eyes upon Fortune, that goddess blind, that stands upon a spherical stone, that turning and inconstant rolls in restless variation. After publishing 5 thick volumes of this rubbish, Owen announced the discovery of an anagram, indicating that Bacon's original manuscripts were buried near Chepstow Castle on the River Wye. Owen spent the next 15 years and thousands of dollars excavating the bed of the river with boat crews and high explosives. He died before anything was found. A fellow named Arnsberg wrote an entire book based on the analysis of the significance of a suspicious crack in the tomb of Bacon's mother. A Ray of Sanity finally appeared in 1957. To those familiar with the science of cryptology, the name William Friedman needs little introduction. During World War II, Colonel Friedman was the head of the U.S. Army's Cryptoanalytic Bureau. He is credited with cracking the Japanese Empire's most sensitive cipher. After the war, the colonel decided to apply his expertise to the study of the Shakespeare ciphers. He interviewed several of the experts in the field and prepared a detailed scientific analysis, which he published under the title The Shakespeare Ciphers Examined. His conclusion? In a word, bunk. According to the standards of cryptologic science, not one of the hidden messages purportedly discovered in Shakespeare's works was plausible. The rules used to extract these messages from the texts were non-rigorous, wildly subjective, and unrepeatable by anyone except the original decipherer. The people involved were not being dishonest. They were channeling their preconceptions. They were trapped in a labyrinth of delusion, mining order from chaos. Anglers in a lake of darkness. Lear, Act 3, Scene 6. You would think that Friedman's cold and ruthless exposure would be enough to silence the heretics once and for all. Not a chance. The books and TV specials and websites and conferences and doctoral dissertations keep right on coming. I should point out that the Shakespeare authorship issue is not only the preoccupation of cranks and weirdos. A substantial number of respected authors and Shakespeareans have expressed serious doubts about the traditional origin of the plays. The list includes Nathaniel Hawthorne, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Walt Whitman, Henry James, Sam Clemens, Sigmund Freud, Orson Welles, and Sir John Gielgud. Living skeptics include the artistic director of the New Globe Theatre, Mark Rylance, Michael York, Derek Jacobi, Kenneth Branagh, and even that most revered and scholarly of contemporary Shakespearean actors, Keanu Reeves. The current leading candidate for the authorship is Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, a theory first proposed in 1920 by an English schoolmaster with the unfortunate name J. Thomas Looney. What is it about Bach, the Bible, and the works of Shakespeare that inspires this intense scrutiny? Nobody's looking for acrostics in Chaucer or Keats. There are no hit CDs of the secret chorales of Wagner or Beethoven. For the answer, we need to recognize the unique roles which the Bible and Shakespeare have played in the development of Western culture. No other single work of literature has influenced modern English more than the translation of the Holy Bible published in 1611 under the auspices of King James I. The King James Bible exemplifies the meaning of the word classic. It has been called the noblest monument of English prose, the very greatest achievement of the English language. It has served as an inspiration for generations of poets, dramatists, musicians, politicians, and orators. Countless people have learned to read by repeating the phrases in this, the only book their family possessed. Our constitutions and our laws have been profoundly shaped by its cadences and imagery. But even the glory of the King James Bible, compiled by a committee of 46 editors over the course of a decade, pales before the dazzling legacy of the Swan of Avon. The lowest estimate of Shakespeare's working vocabulary is 15,000 words, more than 3 times that of the King James Bible, and twice the size of his nearest competitor, John Milton. His poems and plays were written without the aid of a dictionary or a thesaurus. They didn't exist yet. It was all in his head. When Shakespeare had a thought for which Elizabethan English had no word, he invented one. The Oxford English Dictionary lists hundreds of everyday words and phrases which made their first appearance in the pages of the Bard. Addiction, alligator, assassination, bedroom, critic, dawn, design, dialogue, employer, film, glow, gloomy, gossip, hint, hurry, investment, lonely, luggage, manager, switch, torture, transcendence, wormhole, zany. Hamlet alone contains nearly 40 of these neologisms. Who today would have this audacity, this giddy exuberance of invention? Only one other English author even approaches Shakespeare's facility for coining new words: Sir Francis Bacon. In the modern era, the record holder is Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, who, interestingly, also happens to be the second most quoted author in English, after Shakespeare. Everyone has been profoundly molded by the influences of the King James Bible and Shakespeare. Like it or not, all of us peer at the world through the lenses of these great works. They are the primary source documents of modern English thought, the style guides of our minds. Contemplating these dazzling jewels of wisdom and eloquence gives rise to an extraordinary feeling, a potent, rare, and precious emotion with the potential to completely upset your life. An emotion powerful enough to make a man abandon his wife and children, forfeit career and reputation, lay down his possessions, and follow his heart without questioning. That sweet, sweet fusion of wonder and fear, irresistible attraction, and soul-numbing dread known as awe. Awe is the grail of artistic achievement. No other human emotion possesses such raw, transformative power, and none is more difficult to evoke. Few and far between are the works of man that qualify as truly awesome. It is awe that convinces a rabbi to spend a lifetime decoding Yahweh from the Pentateuch. Awe that sends millions of visitors each year to the pyramids of Giza, Guadalupe, and Mecca. It was awe that drove poor Delia Bacon to her doom. Now, please don't come away from this lecture thinking that the key to awesome game design is the installation of Easter eggs. Ordinary games with their contrived Easter eggs and cheat codes are like the Battery of the Month Club. You have to trudge down to the back of the store to get what you really came for. If superpower is what people really want, why not just give it to them? Is our imagination so impoverished that we have to resort to marketing gimmicks to keep players interested in our games? Awesome things don't hold anything back. Awesome things are rich and generous. The treasure is right there. One afternoon, I was sitting alone behind the counter at that old Radio Shack store. My boss had stepped out for some reason. An elderly woman walked through the front door. Like most of our customers, she was shabbily dressed, probably on a fixed income. I assumed she was there for her free battery, but instead, she placed a portable radio on the counter. This little radio came from the days when they boasted about the number of transistors inside on the case. It was completely wrapped in dirty white medical tape. The woman looked at me and asked, "Can you fix this?" Slowly, I unwrapped the medical tape, peeling away the layers until the back cover of the radio fell off, accompanied by a cloud of red dust. The interior of the radio was half eaten away by battery leakage and corrosion. I looked at the radio. I looked at the old woman. I looked back at the radio. I reached behind me, where the expensive alkaline batteries were hanging like prescription medication, and removed a gleaming 9-volt cell from its gold blister pack. Then I pulled a brand new transistor radio from a box, installed the alkaline, and helped the lady find her favorite station. No money changed hands. She left the store without saying a word. Awesome things are kind of like that.
Nice thing to have done. Not sure what his boss would have made of it, though.
Bach offered his students very specific insight into the source of awe. In addition to BACH, 2 other sets of initials are also associated with Bach's music. These initials are not hidden in the notes. Instead, they're scrawled right across the top of the manuscript for the whole world to see. The initials are SDG and JJ. SDG stands for the Latin phrase Sole Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. JJ stands for Jesu Juva, help me, Jesus. Bach wrote all of his great masterpieces sub specie aeternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. He did not compose only to please his sponsors or to win the approval of an audience. His work was his worship. Bach once wrote, "Music should have no other end and aim than the glory of God and the recreation of the soul. Where this is not kept in mind, there is no true music, but only an infernal clamor and ranting." The name of the power that moves you is not important. What is important is that you are moved. Awe is the foundation of religion. No other motivation can free you from the limits of personal achievement. Nothing else can teach you the art of flight. Computer games are barely 40 years old. Only a few words, our basic vocabulary, have been established. A whole dictionary is waiting to be coined. The slate is clean. Someday soon, perhaps even in our lifetime, a game design will appear that will flash across our culture like lightning. It will be easy to recognize. It will be generous, giddy with exuberant inventiveness. Scholars will pick it apart for decades, perhaps centuries. It will be something wonderful, something terrifying, something awful. A few years ago, I was invited to speak at a conference in London. My wife joined me, and we took a day off for some sightseeing. We decided to visit England's second biggest tourist attraction, Stratford-upon-Avon. It was cold and rainy when our train arrived. Luckily, most of the attractions are just a short walk from the station. We visited Shakespeare's birthplace, a charming old house along the main street, which attracts millions of pilgrims every year, despite the complete lack of any evidence that Shakespeare was born there or even lived anywhere near it. We went past the school where Shakespeare learned to read and write, although no documents exist to prove his attendance. We visited Anne Hathaway's cottage, the rustic country farm where his wife spent her childhood, although no record shows anyone by that name ever having lived there. Finally, we came to the one location undeniably associated with Shakespeare, Trinity Parish Church, on the banks of the River Avon, where a man by that name is buried. This beautiful church is approached by a long walkway between rows of ancient gravestones, shaded by tall trees. The entrance door is surprisingly tiny. No cameras are allowed inside. The interior is dark and quiet. Despite the presence of busloads of tourists, the atmosphere is hushed and respectful. A few people are seated in the pews, deep in prayer. An aisle leads up the center of the church. The left side of the altar is brightly illuminated. On the wall above is a famous bust of the bard, quill in hand, gazing serenely at the crowd of pilgrims. On the floor beneath, surrounded by bouquets of flowers, at the very spot where Delia Bacon lost her mind, the gravestone of William Shakespeare bears this dire warning. Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man who spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. Every year, 3 million pilgrims arrive from every nation on earth to approach this stone and consider the likeness of a man whose body of work can only be described as awesome. By contrast, the right side of the altar is dark and featureless. Nobody of any consequence is buried there. The only point of interest is a wooden case of simple design, carved of dark oak. Inside the case, sealed beneath a thick sheet of glass, lies a large open book. A plaque on the case identifies this book as a first edition of the King James Bible, published in 1611, when Shakespeare was 46. Not many pilgrims visit this side of the altar. Most of those that do simply glance at the book, read the plaque, and move along. A few, more observant, note that the Bible happens to be opened to a page in the Old Testament, the book of Psalms, chapter 46. No explanation is given for this particular choice of pages. For the initiated, none is necessary. If you are of inquisitive bent, if you are intrigued by English history and literature, if you value your peace of mind, cover your ears now. In the year 1900, a scholar noticed something about the King James translation of Psalm 46. Something terrifying, something wonderful. The 46th word from the beginning of Psalm 46 is shake. The 46th word from the end is spear. There are only two possibilities here. Either this is the finest coincidence ever recorded in the history of world literature, or it is not. The Earth revolves around only one sun and has only one moon. The moon happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun. The sun happens to be 400 times farther away. And the apparent paths of the moon and sun in our sky happen to intersect exactly twice every month. Which means that every now and then, at long yet precisely predictable intervals, the lunar disk slips across the face of the sun and just barely conceals it for a few wonderful, terrible minutes. A fine coincidence, no? In June of 1977, a little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief ascended a hilltop in the British village of Ampthill. At the summit of this hill is a tall, slender cross, a memorial to Catherine of Aragon, the first wife of Henry VIII. The sun, high in the south, cast the shadow of the cross upon the grassy hillside. At exactly 12 noon, the man removed from his pocket a bar magnet. He turned the magnet so its north pole was facing south and buried it under the shadow of the cross. 2 years later, a few hours before the publication of his first book, the man returned to that hillside, this time in the dead of night. He used a compass to locate the magnet he had buried. In that same place, he dug a hole in the ground and placed inside a ceramic container inscribed with the following words: "I am the keeper of the jewel of masquerade, which lies waiting safe inside me for you or eternity."
Goodness. So yeah, that was a long one. Apologies to anyone who was watching that wouldn't have been able to participate in the Twitch chat because, well, I started typing after a point because I didn't want to interrupt it too much. Lovely to see you, Pengy. I hope you're doing well. What did we discuss? We discussed a few things like what we thought about the... Oh, here we go. Game Developers Conference, San Jose, California. Narrated by Bruce Mattson. Copyright Brian Moriarty. Brian Moriarty. Don't tell me he was one of the employees of Lucasfilm Games. He was the game lead on Loom, if I recall correctly, because he ends up getting a reference in Monkey Island, because there's a character in there that There's a character. The original Secret of Monkey Island and the game Loom came out about the same time by the same studio, and in Monkey Island they had a character who was in the world of Monkey Island who was trying to sell the merits of the game Loom to the player as a sort of in-joke, and he gets referenced as Brian Moriarty TM, if I recall correctly, as another joke. Indeed, I finished the challenge. Thanks to Stevio. Stevio noticed something which I hadn't noticed that turned out to be decisive, and that's that the fourth puzzle that you complete is actually a map of the maze that you end up traversing towards the end of the puzzle. What was I thinking? Yeah, things we discussed. We talked about the authenticity of Shakespeare's works, and I made the point that I believe most people do actually, or scholarly opinion nowadays is that Shakespeare was in fact the author of the works that are credited to him. I think the points about him not having had... this is the map I meant. I think the points that he wouldn't have had adequate schooling. I don't know whether Shakespeare was schooled, but I think a big part of the confusion there may be a misunderstanding about how Elizabethan society worked, because he would have almost certainly been, if not schooled, home taught. They say that his family were farmers, but farmer can mean many things. I expect it was probably a family that had money in agriculture, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were a poor family at all. He would have been, if he wasn't schooled, he'd have been home educated, and then he'd have done an apprenticeship in the theatre over many, many years. So he would have been extremely literate. I also don't believe this idea that Shakespeare was from a poor or not very well off family. I don't think that's true at all. Certainly there were many positions in society that were far more prestigious than his, but I also don't think he was very close to the bottom. How many puzzles have you solved now? 518. So that means there's 5 to go, I think? Let's look at that again. Yeah, plus 9. What else did we discuss? Stratford upon Avon as the second biggest tourist attraction in England. And Stevio and I were discussing that, and we both think that is extremely dubious. The whole invention of language thing, some of the words that they were attributing to Shakespeare seems extremely unlikely, like alligator and dawn, or film and wormhole. What else? Is there anything else of note? Oh, the fact that the developer's apparently been accused of being a troll due to the very long videos he was putting in there, and I mentioned that at the very least they are mostly interesting videos, and that's their one saving grace. If they weren't interesting at all, then that would be a different matter entirely. Sadly not, Stevio. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Right. Why did I come here? I want to check the bits I've missed. Actually, now I think about it, is there a single puzzle left in the game that I know its location and haven't completed. I'd probably have to double check the tunnels, but I think the answer to that may be no. I'm missing an audio log there, missing an audio log there, missing an audio log there, missing an audio log there. So there's 4 audio logs that are still to be found. One of them was clearly in the mountain. 2 more. Another one. Okay, there's quite a lot of audio logs still to be found then. I guess I could go looking for those next. I don't know if it's just environmental puzzles other than the audio logs. I understand that there's 5 more puzzles in the game to be completed. I don't know whether the environmental puzzles count. I'm guessing they don't. I also don't know what happens, if anything, when all the environmental puzzles are completed. So whether 5 more regular puzzles would suddenly become available or not, I don't know. This feels like finding a needle in a haystack. Yes, that's a very good description of this. It's only this lake, which up till now has been, to a degree, compensating for that. Because the lake is obviously shaped like the island, and as you know, depending upon where these the different things in the lake symbolise different things in the world, and so that I've been able to use it to get approximate locations for various things I need to find. But yeah, the more of the game I complete, the less and less useful this lake's becoming. That's interesting. That lamp used to be flickering, and now it's complete, and now it's gone off. And I can't be certain. I feel like the statue may have sunk a little bit as well. That may be my imagination, but I thought she was higher up before. That makes me want to check the larger statue up here, because the location of the statue here, although it's facing in a different direction, approximately corresponds to the larger statue there. There might be some, but there might also be... They might also be controls rather than puzzles, since many also count as puzzles, but then I might have an idea of some it might be. Yeah, I was wondering whether it had sunk too. So yeah, as a starting point, let's just climb the mountain. This isn't the right way, is it? I don't think. Or is it? No, I think I need to go into the swamp. Let's climb the mountain. I think there is a way around that way, but it would have taken a lot longer. Let's go into the... climb the mountain and have a closer look at the large statue. Possibly nothing's changed, but seems like we should give it a look. Is that where I want to go? I feel like it's not. I feel like I want to go around this way, maybe? No, that's the way I came. Oh, I guess that was the way I needed to go. Yes. I don't see anything that's changed here. Huh. I wonder what the significance of that was then. Alrighty. The obvious thing to do next is to go back to the lake and start picking up these audio logs I've missed. Since at some point I'm going to want to collect them all anyway, and it may lead us to useful places. Right. Oh, I've got to get my bearing again, don't I? I haven't used this lake in a few streams. That's north, isn't it? And that's south, as I recall. Hold on. I have the copy of the map that I drew in my notes, don't I? Blimey. The notes I have for this game now are quite extensive. Alrighty. So this must be where the fort would be. So this is the bay. So yes, this is approximately north, this is south. So we're looking for an audio log, which is approximately on the northern side of the mountain, I think. Of course, that could be inside the mountain, in fact, that's quite likely. But trouble is, it's been so long since I collected these ones, I don't actually remember where they were. It would be nice to remember which one was this audio log, remember which one was this audio log, and then just find the one that's in the middle. That would be quite an efficient way to go about it, but I have no recollection whatsoever where those audio logs were. So unfortunately, I think that means stumbling around the mountain, hoping for the best. I went the wrong way again. So there's one more white lily. Those are the above ground audio logs, and then there's quite a lot that are underground. Also, when finding a played one now doesn't give away which one it is. Yeah, that's the problem. Unfortunately, this is going to be quite difficult. Still, it is what it is. Perhaps I should just take my finger off the shift key. And, so that we can examine our surroundings a bit more. I know there's an audio log, yeah there it is, up here. Don't think there's any others up here, and I'm fairly certain I've looked quite a few times. Right. Bit odd. Bit of a graphical glitch there, I think. Hello, Yisha. It's lovely to see you. We're searching for audio logs again. I understand that there's one in or around the mountain that I never found. And there's quite a few underground in the tunnels, which I'll be going back for. I did manage the challenge in the end. I'm not sure if you were there at the end of last stream, because I don't have a good memory for that sort of thing. But if you saw the Hall of the Mountain King challenge, I managed it in the end. Anyway, how's your day been? This is the sort of place that likely that, yeah, there is an audio log there, but we've already found it. I remember finding an audio log in there, so I don't think there's going to be another one. Perhaps go back there if we get really stuck, but or should I just go there now? Let's just go there now. Now where was it? Somewhere in my notes. I know I've already drawn out that pattern so that I don't have to remember it. There it is. Although I think the solution here isn't that different. So that was the log we found in here. I've completed all these, haven't I? Yes. I'm not seeing another. Huh. All this dilapidated structure reminds me of some of the Portal 2 custom maps that Pengy plays. The spooky atmospheric ones. Right, we can rule that out for now. I need to stop using shift to run. Fairly certain I've looked in here. Blimey. From the right angle that could give you a fright. If you weren't expecting it. I feel like I've looked in there for a audio log several times before. Oh, have you had another not so great day? Sorry to hear that. I'm doing quite well, thank you for asking. I get the feeling it's going to be a bit of a slow stream, but perhaps with the odd hint and a bit of luck, this might be the final Witness stream. We'll have to see. We did find an audio log in here, didn't we? Yes, there it was. So that's already been found. By the way, if you see something that I don't, feel free to let me know. At this point, really, we're just wrapping up. Is it possible for me to go over that side without resetting the whole thing? I think it must be. Like so? Yes. I think that works. That does not work. Okay, let me have a look again. Oh. So what did I do before? It must have been something like that. I see the problem. There we go. This is one of the few locations... Oh, I can walk here. This is one of the few locations under the mountain that I don't think we have found an audio log on before, but it's so spartan, there's not really anywhere for an audio log to be. Nah, no such luck. I was wondering why I couldn't why it was a dead end there. Now we know. Okay, I'm not allowed on the top of there. I wonder if I could walk on it. Yes, I think I would like a hint as to where to find the last above ground one at least. I haven't had a serious look for the underground ones yet though, so I should probably hold off on those hints till later. There was an audio log down here somewhere, wasn't there? Forgotten where though. Oh, since I think I know an area where you might have missed some, at least some panels. That would also be useful to know. Ah, that must be the audio log I was thinking of. What's the trick here? Did I have to make the solution again? Yeah. I don't know whether where I'm standing right now counts as in the tunnels or not for the purposes of audio logs. By the time I cross this threshold, This probably does count as tunnels. Certainly down here, I'm sure it would. Hmm. Yep, so I'll take whichever hints you have prepared, Pengy. I think there are things left in the starting area. Goodness. The fall. We haven't been there for a long time. I'm so paranoid that they put a audio log in this lift shaft. But despite having looked on multiple occasions, I've never seen one. Before I leave the mountain, I take it you don't really know where I should be looking for this missing audio log. No, sorry. Okay. So I'll just make my way out slowly, keeping an eye. No, yet again. Not a sausage. I am of course acutely aware that it could be on the surface of the mountain. But if that's the case, I've failed to see it. On the many occasions I've looked here, up till now anyway. Yep, they are small and easy to hide, as you say. Right, let's make our way to the fort. What a place. Right, let's have a look around here then. I'm sure you're right, Pengy, but I have to say, nowhere is immediately standing out as somewhere I could go that I haven't been. Let's take a closer look inside. I could go right back to the very starting area. Can confirm that you have things that are not solved here. Interesting. I wondered if this could be an environmental puzzle, with this being the end point. They don't seem to be behaving like one. It is an environmental puzzle. Wait. Goodness. Yep. My alignment was the problem. Yes, they are quite picky when it comes to perspective, but I don't think they've ever been unfair. Well, in this general area. What's interesting is for you to be able to so confidently state that implies you probably had line of sight on something that gave it away. Yep, you did. Surely that's an environmental puzzle. Looks just like one. Strange. It's a question of nowhere to look. Right towards the end of the game. Yes. In the Hall of the Mountain King, although this wasn't actually inside the tomb-like structure. I found a puzzle that looked very, very similar to that, except it gave me some extra information about where certain triangles were. Wait, was this the wrong one? I think this must be the wrong one. One of these can be configured one of two ways. Oh, must be the one down here. Yes. There we go. I think this is probably what Pengy saw. So there would be one triangle here, two here, and three there. That's interesting. Right, that's 3 on that one. 2 on that one. 1 on that one. Whoa! I did something. Have I just recreated the force field? Save? I can't save. Although it looks like my puzzle count went up. I can always go back. Although it will be quite a way back, it has to be said. If I do something else, does it go back? Yes. I could make a manual copy of my save at this point if I knew where the folder was. But presumably the game won't do me dirty. What do I do here? Went round there. Ah, probably. I've forgotten how I did it. That was it, I think. I'll check. Okay. I'll have a little look around, but I won't do anything until you've... until you know. Ah, I see. I think. Oh yeah, I see. Hope it should be okay. Oh my goodness. No, not what I meant. Blimey. I wonder if I'm gonna need these. I really like this area though. Wow. That's a very geometric cup. Where am I? Is this a restaurant of some description? A waiting area? That certainly looks like a bar. Are we at a hotel? Wow. Very fancy. Oh, was there an audio log just on the edge? There was, thank you.
The core development team of The Witness was comprised more or less as follows. Design and generally steering the ship, Jonathan Blow. Programming, Ignacio Castaño, Salvador Belmurciano, Andrew Smith. Modeling and texturing, Luis Antonio, Orshi Spaniel, Eric A. Anderson.
Small team then.
Audio by Wabi Sabi Sound. Andrew Lackey, Bo Anthony Jimenez, Jeff Garnett, Luca Fusi, Eric Lorenz.
Well spotted though, Pengy. Huh. You don't see that every day. This looks like the area that was... this resembles the area we could see in the distance in the tunnels but couldn't reach. Eric A. Anderson went over to Cyan Worlds and has been chief designer for Firmament. I think something similar for Abduction. You might already know that. I did not.
Additional contributions in modeling by Shannon Galvin, Alex Hayworth, Andrea Blazic, Eric Urquhart, and David Hellman. Additional contributions in programming by Casey Miratori, Andrew Heenick, Nicholas Ray.
So this is exactly where we are, and this isn't following Euclidean geometry anymore. I wonder if that's where all the underground audio logs that I never found are located. Yes, I think this is particularly the area that I must have spent some time looking into, where I recognised these strange lamps from. By the way, if I walk past another audio log, don't be shy. Obviously I'm keeping an eye out for them, but...
Special thanks to Jeff Roberts, Daniel Mascio,
But it would be a shame to completely miss one due to my own ineptitude. I'm not entirely sure if this area counts on the lake though. It might be like an Easter egg area. This is true.
voice performances by Ashley Johnson,
Phil Lamar,
Tara Deva,
and Matthew Waterson.
dialogue recorded at Warner Brothers Studios. Project manager, Emma Weston. Casting director, Pierce O'Toole. Voiceover director, Liam O'Brien. Sound engineers, Alan Friedman, CAS, R. Dutch Hill. Dialogue editor, Goen Lee.
director photography for The Office Shoot, Caroline Harrison. Early placeholder voice work by Trisha Miller, Andrew Burlinson, and Daniel Van Thomas. Tom Bissell served as an early story consultant.
The quote from Augustine of Hippo was translated by Michael Nagler and can be found in Eknath Iswaran's book, God Makes the Rivers to Flow.
Ashley Johnson and Liam O'Brien, aren't they cast members on Critical Role, the D&D? I'm not sure what you'd call it. It's not quite a podcast, but series.
in-house playtesting by Francis Dooling, Michael Calandra, Timothy Steen. Thanks to our friends who helped playtest: Daniel Ben-Mergui, Mark Ten Bosch, Vi Hart, Chris Hecker, Brian Moriarty, Chris Butcher, Aaron Robinson, Jeff Roberts, Juan Chun.
There's Brian Moriarty again.
Special thanks to our friends at Sony: Nick Sutner, Adam Boyes, Justin Massengill, Alessandro Bevenzi.
Haven't missed one, have I? Don't think so. Blimey. That's quite the view. I take it there aren't any environmental puzzles that I can only complete from up here. That would be a bit mean. There are. Oh dear. Oh, I don't know actually. I got many EPs. Oh, yeah, it was a response to Nice View. Okay, you had me very worried for a second there. The fact that there's glass in the way suggests not, though, because usually, even if you have view, if there's glass in the way, you can't activate anything. At least based on what we've seen so far. Interesting. Spooky. Bit weird. I can't tell if this is a puzzle or just something peculiar. Oh, I wonder if these are photographs of the place where they developed the game. They're in 3D actually. So a simple photograph wouldn't do. The fact that I can't interact with anything suggests that it's not something that I can complete. Also, I note that it didn't increment my puzzle count. So I don't think anything I do here actually matters. Whoa. This is getting very peculiar, isn't it? If someone just dropped in now who had been watching the some of the earlier streams, I'm not sure they'd realise this is the same game. Ooh. No, but the statue might give it away. Do we get a lore dump? This is a studio, isn't it? Hello, Jenny. I hope your shift went well. Did that person just unplug themselves from the mains? Oh, no shift today. Oh, I see. Well, this has taken a bit of a turn, hasn't it? Hmm. Oh, they 3D printed some of the models from the game. I think that's the artist that's at the bottom of the mountain before you enter the room with the Wonkavator. Same room where the entrance to the tunnels is. What does that say? The Mechanical Universe and Beyond? Yeah, it would be cool to have a print of that. Maybe they sell them. I like really nerdy stuff that without knowing the background just looks like a cool item. Ah, that must be the posters you were talking about, Penky, the ones that appear to be puzzles from the game. I think the idea there was that they were trying to line up the circle with a line in the real world, as though they were trying to create one of the puzzles from the game. Could be wrong. Did he just throw one behind the stove, by the way? I think he did. I've not quite figured out what the point of this is supposed to be. Unless it's just a commentary on the mind-numbing boredom of the actual production of a video game, as opposed to the enjoyment of playing it. The way they're presenting this, it does seem very much like they're trying to imply that the person moving about here is figuring out the world as they go along. Ooh, this is nice. I think the community refers to this area as the secret credits area, so I think it's not intended to be an actual part of the game, but bonus material. True, but they would have... there must have been some intention behind including this video, which they clearly choreographed and filmed. That's interesting. I think both their hands were free there, so they probably have a camera like a GoPro, something like that, strapped to their head, I would guess. Presumably those hooks are for hanging plant pots from, I would guess. My impression is this man behaves like a patient with mental health issues. Charming. True, but also that it might be less of a thought behind it, but something some developer thought would be nice. That is not too far off, but to be honest, I don't know, just speculating. Overcast day wherever they are. Oh, the game just closed itself. So you'll have to bear with me while I start it up again. Yeah, that was interesting. I wonder where the game's going to place me when I load back in. Because it didn't do the whole Wonkavator thing of actually placing my character back at the start. I just hope it's possible to get back out to the world now. Oh, that was lovely. OBS just flashed Steam. There we go. You should have sound. And also the settings window. Maybe that's how the game ends. Imagine if it did. When it's over, just quits, no credits, etc. Well, they've done that twice now. So yes, I think that is what it's supposed to do. I think that is intended. Still, we're back in the main game. I really don't like it when OBS grabs the wrong window though. Because in that case it didn't really matter. But supposing I'd been discussing something sensitive in chat with somebody and then OBS just grabbed the wrong window, for example. And it's so... because it will just grab the wrong window, it's hard to guard against. Anyway. Best stop grumbling and get on with the game. You can set OBS to do a game capture only on full screen. You mean only if the game is full screen? But what counts as full screen? Because what we have here is actually fake full screen. Because when I was setting up the game, obviously what I want is a full screened window mode, so I can click off and go back to chat and then back here without any problems. But the Witness didn't support full screen windowed mode, so instead I had to set it to window mode and tell my window manager on Linux, because I'm on Linux, to always keep this window... It has a sort of fake full screen setting where it will always keep the window completely maximized, and it won't allow other applications that would normally go on top of Windows to go over it, such as the taskbar, that sort of thing. So for all intents and purposes, this looks like it's full screen, but I don't know whether that would actually count. Borderless Windows should be full screen. Okay. So it's probably just doing a check against the resolution. Also, what am I doing? I think I was going back to the lake. Yeah, I never found that audio log, did I? And I'm still 4 panels away from completing the game. Also, plus 11. Are those environmental puzzles? Those must be environmental puzzles. Or, I suppose it could be number of obelisks activated. Okay, it is environmental puzzles. I'm going to be honest with you. If there are as many environmental puzzles in the game as the surface of the obelisks implies, I don't think I'm going to be doing every single one of them. I know it would be nice in a completionist sort of way to absolutely finish this game, but I feel like that would just turn into easily, you know, 3-4 more streams where I'm just walking around trying to find environmental puzzles, which I don't think would be very entertaining. Do I want to know how many there are? Yeah, you may as well tell me. I'm predicting it's above 50. In fact, it's going to be quite a lot higher than that. I'm guessing it's probably upwards of 120. There are 137. And I have 97 so far. Well done, Pengy. But yeah, I think a reasonable goal is to collect all the audio logs and have all the panels done. And I've got, you know, up to about 3 more hours of this stream to go, so fingers crossed. I take it there's no super secret content that I would be missing. You know, you complete all the environmental puzzles and then you unlock part 2 of the game. That sort of thing. Oh, you thought the game was over? No, 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 no. I do really rather need the audio log that's in or around here though, but I've looked so many times. I haven't completed all EPs, but I don't think so. The 2 main hidden parts, from what I understand, are the challenge and the credits area. I see, so you're still on the starting island then. You don't know about the 4 other islands. I mean, goodness, if you don't know about the 4 other islands, then you can't have discovered any of the game's lore yet. That's where all the lore dumps are. Haven't you been wondering where your character is, or why they're here, why they're completing puzzles? Who put these puzzles here? Why is there no day-night cycle, and why is it always perfect weather? That was the gentleman I was referring to. What am I going to do about that missing audio log? I might actually have to look it up. I don't particularly want to. I can't think of an alternative. If I was going to do that, then I should probably focus on the underground audio logs next. On the grounds that I wouldn't want to accidentally find out where an audio log was that isn't the one that I'm still missing. If I could manage to collect all the remaining ones apart from the one that I've been hunting for some time, then it wouldn't be so unreasonable to look it up. Have you found any in the cave? By the cave, do you mean the tunnels? Because if so, I found one, I think. And I'm well aware there's many more than that. Yes, I found one towards the entrance of the tunnels. I'm just wondering if there could be an audio log on the statue. Don't see any evidence of that though. Trying to remember what the nearest entrance to the tunnels is from here. Isn't there a way round here somewhere? Oh, I remember. Down here. And through here. How do I get down? I don't know why I'm running about so much, since the whole point is I should be keeping an eye out for audio logs. Right, so I was under the impression the audio log I had already found wasn't far from here. Was it in here? I think it was. Yes, that was it.
God bade me behold the sea, and I saw the ship sinking and the planks floating. Then the planks too were submerged. And God said to me, "Those who voyage are not saved." And he said to me, "Those who, instead of voyaging, cast themselves into the sea, take a risk." And he said to me, "Those who voyage and take no risk shall perish." And he said to me, "In taking the risk, there is a part of salvation." and the wave came and lifted those beneath it and overran the shore. And he said to me, "The surface of the sea is a gleam that cannot be reached, and the bottom is a darkness impenetrable. And between the two are great fishes, which are to be feared." Nefari, circa 970. What?
I'm going to the store. Do you want a sandwich or something?
You've been standing there for like an hour.
I didn't want to interrupt.
And I don't like sandwiches. Have you ever seen me with a sandwich? Why would you think I want a sandwich?
Sorry.
No, I need some sleep.
It's okay. We're all working hard.
I just want to read it right. We're going to be hearing this a lot of times. Every little thing matters because it gets so multiplied.
It's good. It's already good.
Thanks. Yeah. But we've kind of picked high goalposts. Every little bit matters. Oh, can you get me a coffee?
So yep, there's that. There's the turning I was looking for. And so apparently there's another audio log not very far from it. Oh, convenient.
Then the occupant of the first would shout to keep him clear. And if the other did not hear it the first time, nor even when called 3 times, bad language would inevitably follow. In the first case, there was no anger, and in the second, there was. Because in the first case, the boat was empty. And in the second, it was occupied. And so it is with man. If he could only roam empty through life, who would be able to injure him? Shuangsu, 4th century BC.
So, how'd it go?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Wait, what?
No, it's not. It's normal for me. I never remember my dreams. If I try right when I wake up, I can just barely remember fragments. And later in the day, even 20 minutes later, those fragments are gone. Unless I wrote them down. And if I read them later, it's like these are ramblings of a crazy person.
Yeah, but then how do we know there aren't any side effects? I mean, do you remember everything else about your life?
It's fine. I mean, we're just doing suppression, not lobotomies. I mean, everything is still there. In dreams, we often take on personalities that are a little different. We forget details of our waking life and remember fictions in their place. How does that happen? Well, we're just using the same pathways. That's fine. But really, how should I know if something's missing? If you forget a few random little things, how would you remember that you forgot? Nothing big is missing. Right. Who are you again?
Oh, God. Why did we let you go first?
First hasn't happened yet. I was just dipping my toes into the pool. Real first happens when someone dives right in and gets to decide for themselves when to come out. Who's that gonna be? You?
I long for the days when we weren't sure we'd be doing anything this scary.
It'll be fine. It's not scary. It'll be fun.
So fun you don't even remember?
Okay, no. Shoot. I want to re-record this one before I go home. I have some new ideas about it.
What? Because of the test?
Yes. Because of the test. No, possibly.
I thought you didn't remember anything. Interesting.
Yeah. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Could that actually be a lore dump? Have we been blessed? So we know that near the audio log down there, very, very close by, there is another audio log, almost on top of it, but the lake doesn't tell us about elevation. And so when I was down there, I tried to determine if there was an area right above it, since I'd already searched down there quite a bit and couldn't find another audio log, and that led me here. So I'm anticipating there's another audio log somewhere very close by. This feels too far away already. I don't know, actually. Ah, okay. Of course, one thing I don't really have is a very good sense of orientation while I'm down here in the tunnels. So even though above ground I could figure out what direction the audio log we were looking for was in. I think it was broadly speaking north, but it was slightly off north. I don't remember if it was east or west. Probably west, but I could be wrong. That's not very much help while I'm down here, since I don't know which direction's which. I suppose if I was paying more attention I could work out based on the part of the gaps where I can see the world. Could be back here, of course. And again, this feels too far. Yeah, I think it is. Right, so if that's where we found the other audio log, it's near those stairs. Ah, so it's through there. So, for example, back here is actually surprisingly close. Surprisingly close to the first audio log we found. It's not in here, is it? That would be mean. I don't see any evidence of it being as such. And I feel like this far's already too far. Haha!
Just reading these well, picking the right takes, placing them.
Yeah, I don't think it pays to be too neat. There may be some traces of us for the Intrepid to find.
What do you mean? Any visitor to that island is going to hear quite a lot of us, if they poke around.
Oh yeah, no, sure, but I mean, showing what's happening behind the scenes a little bit to ensure we keep some authenticity. Because if we get too concerned with saying a bunch of wise things in the least personally revealing way, then we're basically putting up a front, in danger of it becoming a false front. It's a slippery slope, and you know how easily we could slide into pomposity. Nobody wants that, but would we notice if it happened? Or are we too close to the project? Look, I just think if we include some of our interactions, show that we aren't these transcendent, perfect beings, that we get stuck sometimes. We get into arguments or get depressed. Then at least it's not a false front. At least we're not hiding.
Authenticity is good, yes. But you can find human drama anywhere. I mean, we're drowning in it from day to day. We're supposed to be building a quiet environment away from drama, not celebrating it. Look, these are objects of contemplation. These are about focus and clarity. We agreed at the outset.
Yeah, I know. And I don't want to change any of that. Just a little added twist, you know, tucked away deep. It doesn't have to be drama, it's just reality.
Reality. So what, we should record a meeting and stick it in?
Maybe. But we already have some good stuff. Oh, like that little encounter the other week where you offered to buy a girl a sandwich?
No.
Her mic was running, so it's in the archive. But it's fine. In context, it's perfect. Because we're not lecturing from on high. These recordings are part of an endeavor built by human beings. And they aspire to truth with a capital T. But we also have to remember that they cannot actually get there. We should be clear to the Intrepid that we know this. I think it'll make it better.
Okay, sure. We'll at least see how it feels. I mean, on that island, we are going to be in very susceptible states. So, be careful with it.
Okay.
Seems I get to be the pioneer of being mildly embarrassed.
Oh, and also, just to let you know, I'm recording this conversation right now.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious.
Oh.
What? It will make it better. Trust me.
Uh-huh. So apparently that's who I am. I'm the Intrepid. Oh, apparently I completed another puzzle. I don't remember that. Do the audio logs count as puzzles? Because I think there's only 4 audio logs left. I do have to click them. So that is plausible. No, wait, there can only be 3 left. It must be those 3. Well, if that's true, that works out quite neatly, doesn't it? No. I think it might be the elevator control, so you only travel the elevator in one direction. Oh, can one control actually count as different puzzles? That's interesting. Because I know I've used the lift before, but as you say, only in one direction. Perhaps it's the number of endpoints that I've successfully connected to that it's actually tracking. If so, that's actually going to be slightly inconvenient, because that's going to make it very hard to determine what I missed, since it may well be that the remaining 3 puzzles are controls, not really puzzles, that I've all interacted with before but just didn't use both ways or something like that. That one has a control at the top and another at the bottom, so they don't follow that particular lift. Oh! Yes, I see. If the lift has one control on the lift itself, then it counts as one. Yes. No, I completely get you. In fact, it's entirely plausible that I still haven't solved all of them, because there was one control at the bottom, one on the left, and one at the top. And I don't remember if when I first arrived of whether the lift was already parked there or not. Which makes a big difference, obviously. Haha!
I thought my voyage had come to its end, at the last limit of my power. That the path before me was closed, the provisions exhausted, and the time come to take shelter in silent obscurity. But I find that thy will knows no end in me, and when words die out on the tongue, new melodies break forth from the heart. And where old tracks are lost, new country is revealed with its wonders.
So where are these two? Give me a second, it's been a while. That's the bay. I think that's near the desert, but I don't think that's in the desert. Obviously this will be underground, so figuring out the location only takes us so far. Or is this the bay? That's the fort. This is the bay. Ah! So these are actually very, very close to... They're extremely close to the laser in town. That one. They're somewhere about here. But underground, obviously. Well, I'll do my best to figure out my way there. But of course, as soon as you go underground without a compass, keeping your bearings becomes a little difficult. That's towards the desert. Wouldn't they be more this way then? Except I know I've searched this area in particular a lot, but there's an upper area. Of course there is. Ah, that'll be the key to solving this. In fact, I don't know this to be the case, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if the theatre is actually under the laser in town. Right, let's keep our eyes peeled. We're expecting 2 audio logs in close proximity. Really quite close to where we are now. Is that one? That's one.
The concept of a clock enfolds all succession in time. In the concept, the 6th hour is not earlier than the 7th or 8th, although the clock never strikes the hour, save when the concept biddeth. Nicholas of Cusa, 1450.
That's mine, you know.
Yeah. Well, I have some ideas about it, and I just wanted to give it a try. See how it goes?
Next thing I know, you'll be taking over all the Kuza pieces. What kind of ideas?
I don't know. Subconscious drives, right? Like, with anything creative.
Did you feel this way before your trip to the island? Or after?
Well, I think... after. Yeah, mostly after. I had a seed of it before, even back when I first heard the piece, when you first picked it out. But I didn't really notice then. Now it's like the princess and the pea. I don't mean to be stepping on your toes, though. Really, the drive is personal. I wanted to record this one so I can hear it the way I want to hear it. Just to set something right for myself.
Okay. I'm gonna file this under the category of good problems to have. Your attitude to the piece changed or clarified, I guess, maybe based on the trip. That means it's working. I mean, something's working, right? Maybe. Back when we started, I would have counted us lucky to ever get this far.
But here we are.
Here we are. Record away, and I will take my leave. Thanking you for this opportunity to introspect on my aversive feelings.
You're welcome.
Doesn't the theatre have a hole in the roof so you can look at it from the ground? In fact, you're right. I'd forgotten about that. How do I get back? It was through one of the buildings, wasn't it? Ah, over here, presumably. Here, I think. But having gone back to the lake, it looks like the other audio log is really, really close. Of course, it doesn't tell us about elevation, as I keep stressing. I'm slightly surprised it's not in here. Or doesn't appear to be. That would have been an obvious place to hide it away. Such that it's visually close to the other one, but not as close topologically. I really don't think it can be far. Even this is starting to feel like perhaps a little too far. Slightly surprised they didn't put one on top of here either. I don't feel like I want to go any further than this. I feel like that would definitely be too far. So we know two things. We know it's considered to be underground in the tunnels. And we know that it is extremely close. I mean, the only other way I can think that this would make sense is if at some point we end up underneath this point. But I don't think we do. I don't know, actually. There it is. So that's exactly what was going on.
I cannot understand why we idle discussing religion. If we are honest, and scientists have to be, we must admit that religion is a jumble of false assertions with no basis in reality. The very idea of God is a product of the human imagination. It is quite understandable why primitive people, who were so much more exposed to the overpowering forces of nature than we are today, should have personified these forces in fear and trembling. But nowadays, when we understand so many natural processes, we have no need for such solutions. I can't, for the life of me, see how the postulate of an almighty God helps us in any way. What I do see is that this assumption leads to such unproductive questions as to why God allows so much misery and injustice, the exploitation of the poor by the rich, and all the other horrors he might have prevented. If religion is still being taught, it is by no means because its ideas still convince us, but simply because some of us want to keep the lower classes quiet. Quiet people are much easier to govern than clamorous and dissatisfied ones. They are also much easier to exploit. Religion is a kind of opium that allows a nation to lull itself into wishful dreams and so forget the injustices that are being perpetrated against the people.
Oh no.
Paul Dirac, 1927, as related by Werner Heisenberg. So, you see what I'm saying here?
Yep, this one doesn't fit either.
How would you characterize the way in which it doesn't fit?
Well, it's about arguing. And it's about being greatly disturbed by issues that are relatively small. It's not aiming high, and it's not about ultimate truth, not really. It's mostly about what some stupid people are doing that is wrong compared to what I am doing that is right.
But Paul Dirac was definitely a truth seeker, in the domain of physics at least.
Yeah, but I don't feel that attitude in this piece at all. If a belief is just formed in opposition to other beliefs, it can't be fundamental. It can't be that deep. But, you know, where he says the thing about natural processes, he starts to outline an actual philosophy.
Interesting. There's something that could stand on its own, that isn't just rejection and opposition. But then he drops it. Well, this isn't the Atheist Manifesto we need. I'll keep looking.
Okay.
You know, at one point Dirac also wrote this. One could perhaps describe the situation by saying that God is a mathematician of a very high order, and he used very advanced mathematics in constructing the universe. I think he meant God in an Einstein kind of way.
He said that? Same guy.
Same guy. Later in life, though. Yeah, people are strange. Scientists are stranger.
Yes, they are.
Interesting. So there's one more in the tunnels that we haven't found, and two more above ground we haven't found. The one that's in the tunnels, I'm pretty sure, is in the extended area about here, although in a section of it that we haven't been yet. Well, I say we haven't been yet. We've been there, we haven't been there while searching for audio logs. A section we haven't found an audio log in. That's what I'm getting at. If anyone has any ideas, do let me know. Right, won't be through here. Because it's not till we reach this point that we're considered to be in the tunnels. That one we've already found. What we could do, since I think I remember where that one was on the lake, we could compare it to... In fact, yes, we should be able to find where it is on the lake, because I think there's 4 audio logs in that region, and 2 of them are close together, and those are the 2 we found most recently, I think? No, not most recently, but... more recently. Right, so that's the one that we just saw. Those are the other 2. So let's think about this. If I've entered the underground area and I have these 2 to my right, then it is more or less to the left or in front of me. What about distance? What can we say about distance? It's a similar distance away as well. Alright, that's useful information. We should be able to work with that. People are strange. Scientists are stranger. That's apparently what they say. But I'm sure they don't mean computer scientists. Perish the thought. I'm proud to be strange. Where are the tracks? There. Alright. When I say the tracks, I mean the tracks that lead to one of the audio logs. You can't actually see it there, but those are the stairs we realised were right next to it. So tucked over there is one of the audio logs. So there's the audio log I was talking about. If that's to my right, it's to my left or in front of me. So I suppose broadly speaking, and a similar distance I said as well, didn't I? So that's actually probably too close. It's more likely to be in that area or that area. Wrong way. Oops. Nope. Although... No, I checked it thoroughly before, didn't I? Not here. How do I get up to... These are the tracks I was referring to. Over there-ish that I want to get to. Ahaha. Wait, but I just went up here, didn't I? I just turned up here. I suppose it's not inconceivable but I'm fairly certain I checked this area before. Where does that correspond to? Hold on, let me just do this one quickly in case I haven't done it before. I had not. I think I found the last white log in the mountain area. Congratulations. I look forward to hints. No, obviously you don't have to give me hints if you don't want to. Ah, round here. Right, so my prediction... Where were we standing? It was over there that we... No, it wasn't. Where did we come in? It must have been over there, I think. Hold on, I'm trying to get my bearings. No, that must go off to... Let's go off to the tracks. So it must actually be round here. The area I'm looking for. Yes, and we came in that way. Right, we have good reason to believe that the final audio log is probably about here somewhere. If you want hints, then I can give you hints. Wonderful news, very generous. I'll try to locate this audio log first, and then we'll head back to the mountain. Strange. There it is.
It's just the new teapot beeping. It boils fast, but that beep bothers me. Moving on?
So, next I want to raise this problem, which is that I think we don't have enough smart representation from materialist atheists, physicalists, anything in that neighborhood of ideas. And I've been trying to do something about that, but it's hard. The problem is that most coherent atheists' creeds are focused on defeating some specific idea of God, or are angry about the historical activities of organized religions, rather than, say, from first principles, making a good case for the impossibility of any concept of God. Which would be more like what we're after.
I'm having the same problem. So many justifications of atheism devolve into assertions of the implausibility of Bible stories. Someone like Bertrand Russell, a very advanced thinker, but his commentary on religion all seems to be like Why I Am Not a Christian. Very limited in scope. It is way too small compared to the vision of God and the pieces we're juxtaposing.
Can you repeat that last part? You kind of just dropped out a little bit.
Oh, just that it's a very provincial idea of God that's usually advanced in those arguments. Sometimes even a straw man God. And it doesn't have much in common with the God visualized by Cusa or Spinoza or the great Sufis or even Einstein, whoever. So it just doesn't play on the same field.
When people are explicitly pushing materialism, they're usually philosophers or writers, not physicists, not people who actually do the frontline work of understanding the physical world. With the heavy hitters in physics, it's very hard. It's hard to find good statements that aren't just arguing against strawmen. And it's strange because in the modern age, a reasonable portion of working physicists are atheists. Not all by any means, but a reasonable portion. But it's hard to get strong and articulate statements from that sector.
Yeah. I mean, the closest you get is somebody like Feynman, where science gives us a great degree of certainty about certain things, but outside those, it's not a good idea to tell ourselves nice stories and speculate. It's just best to realize we don't know yet about the bigger questions, etc. But we have a lot of Feynman already. Ooh, Paul Dirac was at least a staunch atheist at one point in his life, but I don't know if he has direct statements on record. I'll keep an eye out.
Dirac was far from a materialist, though. He believed the universe is made out of math. That's an oversimplification, of course. He even mentioned God a few times in an Einstein kind of way.
Wow, this is all so crazy because among scientifically educated people, it's the cultural default, right?
If you're a scientist or a computer programmer kind of person, atheist materialism is supposed to be the basic belief. If you're not a materialist, you're stupid. But if we can't find anyone who makes a good case for it, how does that happen?
Well, it's easy to be convinced of the absurdity of stories in common Christianity, Judaism, whatever. So if that's your picture of spiritual beliefs and you have an aversion to digging too hard into your own worldview, which most of us do, then there you go. Anything that seems religious is goofy Bible stories, and materialism is anti-religious. And it's the general impression that smart people are materialists, and hey, I want to be smart, so case closed.
Also, there are all these so-called spiritual people who believe basically anything and try to convince everyone.
In addition to goofy Bible stories, did I forget to mention ghost stories, astrologers, spoonbenders, and all kinds of frauds?
It's a ton of noise. It makes it almost impossible for an outsider looking in to see high-quality thought in the world of spirituality. If I can even generalize spirituality to one thing. So it's easy, if you're already leaning toward materialism, to see these flaky spiritual people, extrapolate that to all spiritual people, and say all that stuff is garbage.
That's how it worked for me, for a while.
Okay, but despite all this, there's a large contingent of present-day real scientists who believe in some form of atheist materialism and whose beliefs have been carefully considered. So we need to ensure we respect that viewpoint.
It's
I
so
remember
frustrating.
that. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Carl Sagan has a good piece in Demon Haunted World, where he talks about science as a profound source of spirituality. But he doesn't mean mystical spirituality. He means just pure dedication to truth and the development of a wise perspective on our place in the world. It's nice, and it's a picture of atheism that isn't hostile or contemptuous.
Yeah, I read that, and what you're talking about is a beautiful piece, and I tried to get it, but Sagan's people want too much money.
Can't we just pay more?
No. It would trigger a bunch of most favored nation clauses, and we have to pay everyone a lot more, and we go broke. So, no Sagan for us. It is a shame, since he was such a great thinker, and eloquent, too.
Interesting. I just hope it was the right one I found, but I think so. Well, no worries if it isn't. So yeah. Hint me up. It's embarrassingly visible on a floor. Aww. quite high up. But yeah, that makes sense. Hiding in plain sight and all that. Me going around over and over again, turning over every stone, looking in every nook and cranny, and it's actually just been on the floor right in front of me the entire time. I feel like there's a metaphor for life in there somewhere. Or perhaps my life. I didn't find it either at first. Thing is, I don't think if it was somewhere in such a clean, on such a clean floor, in such a well-lit area, I would have missed it. Obviously not. It's far more likely to be somewhere like this, where there's already quite a lot of visual noise. It's not going to be in a very dark area either, though, because uncollected. What am I trying to say? Uncollected audio logs glow, so it would have been obvious if it was in a dark area. I think it was in the middle of your screen when you said that comment. Oh my goodness. I think I was looking here. Or very close to here. Unless you mean the earlier comment. In which case I was here. There was an earlier comment still back here. Well, we've narrowed it down to one of 3 areas, I think. It can't be here. It can't be here. There's no way. I would see it. Surely not. It must be further along. In the room, up the staircase. Okay. No, I could quite believe it's in here. That makes sense. But I still think it wouldn't be in a very dark spot like over there, because it would just stand out like a Christmas tree. Do you have Christmas trees in Sweden? You do. Called Yulgran. I've probably just absolutely butchered that word. Yule equals Christmas, as in Yule tide, I assume. Or Yule log. Obviously spelt differently, but I imagine they share the same etymology. I see. Interesting. I'm gonna be so upset when I finally find it. I must have walked past it about 20 times now. Ooh, I checked. It's in the middle of the screen when you said, if it's in this room, I must see it. Go into the clean right room, up the stair, and look at the overhanging glass floor. Oh, I see. It's on here, is it? Oh, there it is. Oh my goodness. I've been searching for you for a very long time. Embarrassing indeed.
Therefore, I thank you, my God, because you make clear to me that there is no other way of approaching you, except that which to all humans, even to the most learned philosophers, seems wholly inaccessible and impossible. For you have shown me that you cannot be seen elsewhere than where impossibility confronts and obstructs me. O Lord, you, who are the food of the mature, have given me courage to do violence to myself, for impossibility coincides with necessity, and I have discovered that the place where you are found unveiled is girded about with the coincidence of contradictories. This is the wall of paradise, and it is there in paradise that you reside. The wall's gate is guarded by the highest spirit of reason, and unless it is overpowered, the way in will not lie open. Thus, it is on the other side of the coincidence of contradictories that you will be able to be seen, and nowhere on this side. If, therefore, impossibility is necessity in your sight, O Lord, there is nothing which your sight does not see. Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
Thank you, Bengi. I dread to think how long that would have taken me on my own. Right. I think that means there's just one more to go, that one. Roughly speaking, where is that? Right, I'm standing on the wreck now. Very close to it. That must be the treehouse. It's further along than that. This must be the... This is near the swamp. Is this actually the swamp? I think it is. Yeah, that's the swamp. It's not as far as the swamp. What would be really nice is to line it up with something. So, I mean, it's halfway between an obelisk and another audio log we've found, but that's not a very useful landmark. It really is a bit off on its own, isn't it? So that's the mountain region. This is the swamp. This is the bay between them. That's the tree house. What are my cardinal directions? That's roughly south, that's roughly north. So this is roughly west. I think if I went to the swamps and then just left going west, I'd be heading in the right direction? Would that be pretty much in the lake? I don't think so, because I thought the lake was further along. I think the lake would be sort of more that way-ish. Because obviously the lake's right next to the town, as you can see. Which one's the town's laser? That's the desert, isn't it? That one is that one, I'm pretty certain. So that's probably the town's laser? That would put the lake sort of over here. Yeah, I think the lake's sort of over here. Good thinking, though. Although it is worth noting that if we walked from the town's laser to the swamp, it would be, what, about a third of the way there? I'm not sure that's a straight line either, but it's not far off. Not convinced, but finding the laser with an audio log just beside it would confirm. Oh, you mean there? I'm pretty sure that's the one in the autumnal forest back here. In fact, I think we're right next to it. Laser. Audio log. Oh, maybe that's the town one then. But I'm fairly... Wait, if... Then that could be that one. But what would that would leave that one as? That's the one with scratches? That's the desert one. Then that can't be the desert. That must be the desert. That's the fort. This is the that's the reflections. That's the desert. That is there. I'm pretty certain. That's the autumnal forest. But that still leaves one unaccounted for. That one. The little pond beside the lake, I think, is the Cemetery Island. You mean here? I don't think so. I'm pretty certain that's the fort. And if we follow it round, that's the desert. Oh no, because there is a laser coming from there. You're right. Hold on, let me get into a different position. This is... I still feel like that's the fort. If this is the fort, then as you say, Pengy, that makes this the Cemetery Islands. Then that's the desert. That's this one. That's the autumnal forest. So that actually connects everything up. Yes, I think you're right, Pengy. So that's this one. That's the autumnal forest over here, the one we just visited. So yes, it's actually walking from the autumnal forest to the swamp in a straight line, and about a third of the way there, maybe a half, we would reach the audio log. But isn't the castle right in the way? Ish. So, I mean, I suppose it could be up there, or it could be down here. Where's the way in? There's the way in. It feels like it probably just about misses the castle itself. But it also feels like it should be around this point, doesn't it, in terms of the distances? Slightly closer to the autumnal forest than the swamp. Maybe around here? Certainly around this spot. I don't think it's in here, but if it is, it would be up along this very edge. Which I think we've searched before. That's nice attention to detail. It could be here, couldn't it? I don't remember searching near to that big pot before. Here we're clearly too close to the autumnal forest. There it is.
In the traditional view, a person is free. He is autonomous in the sense that his behavior is uncaused. That view, together with its associated practices, must be re-examined when a scientific analysis reveals unexpected controlling relations between behavior and environment. By questioning the control exercised by autonomous man and demonstrating the control exercised by the environment, a science of behavior also seems to question dignity or worth. A person is responsible for his behavior, not only in the sense that he may be justly blamed or punished when he behaves badly, but also in the sense that he is to be given credit and admired for his achievements. A scientific analysis shifts the credit as well as the blame to the environment, and traditional practices can then no longer be justified. These are sweeping changes, and those who are committed to traditional theories and practices naturally resist them. As the emphasis shifts to the environment, the individual seems to be exposed to a new kind of danger. Who is to construct the controlling environment, and to what end? Autonomous man presumably controls himself in accordance with a built-in set of values. He works for what he finds good. But what will the putative controller find good? And will it be good for those he controls? Answers to questions of this sort are said, of course, to call for value judgments. B.F. Skinner, 1971.
Interesting. Goodness, I think that's the lake complete. I don't think there's anything left on the lake that we haven't activated. Maybe an obelisk or two. Right, how are we doing on the puzzle front? 2 more to go. Goodness me. Where to even start? They could be anywhere. Do you want a hint for those? And just ask. I would like a hint for those, if that's alright. I agree with what you were saying earlier, that it's quite likely that rather than being actual puzzles, these are probably controls for something that I never needed. Starting area still. Goodness me. It was actually them I gave a hint for, but you ended up in the credits area instead. That's me. Always failing upwards. This looks too contiguous to be an accident. Does that line up with anything? Not that I can see. This game's got me paranoid. It's too contiguous. The flowers are too contiguous. Too contiguous. It's a hint. It's a hint. The developers are trying to tell me something. But anyway, would have hinted about the credits area anyway if you didn't get it, since it's, in my opinion, an important area to see. So I think it was better that you found it yourself. Hopefully you're not screaming at your monitor as I repeatedly walk past the puzzle you sent me to find over and over again. I just noticed that's from the hotel like area in the, well, that's consistent with the theme of the hotel in the credits area. Nah, not screaming. Bellowing. Not screaming. Oh, you have neighbours, I see. I mean, it can't be that. I've done that. Can't be that. I've done that. Can't be this. Done that. Can't be that. Can't be this. Goodness. How naive I was when I filled in this puzzle. I think this was the first puzzle where I had two choices where to start. And I thought that at the time that, you know, that was reasonably... I'm not trying to say hard, but, you know, it was a perfectly decent puzzle. How little I knew. I can give you an extra clue if you want. I may take that extra clue in a few minutes if I make no progress. that was right. That still seems like an environmental puzzle. There's probably another... another requirement, such as perhaps if I take the boat out, then that lines up with that at some point, and then you get contiguous orange and the puzzle can be completed. In fact, let's take a very short detour just to try that, since it won't take long. Up the boat comes from its underwater transit, and then mysteriously drains itself instantly. So what do we know about the lore of this place? I suppose that they were trying to create some sort of island. Something to do with suppressing memories, although that wasn't very clearly explained. And that they were deliberately putting all these quotes together and spreading them about the island, and they felt that it would somehow help the experience if they had some meta audio logs. They seemed to refer to the person on the island as the Intrepid, and it seemed to be suggested that there might be more than one of these, although it was never made clear if you'd end up with more than one at the same time. We also know that multiple nations were involved. Seems to have something to do with the idea of helping people see ideas in a new way. Still more realistic than the Wonkavator. That's the, I think he's referring to the boat there. Yes. And as far as lore is concerned, I think that's about everything. I can't think of anything else that we've learnt. Presumably I have to be standing on the right spot. The only problem is I don't know what that spot is. Why do they have an area that just stops here? That's a bit weird. Because I mean the ground was trodden as though... Sorry, the ground was eroded as though it was very well trodden. think I might have figured out the puzzle. I think it may rely on me moving location so that the... so that the part that needs to be filled in changes. Except I can't do that without something external to move me. Perhaps I have the right idea with the boat after all. I guess we could try once more. Going the other way in the boat, I mean. Then we need to head back to the fort and see if I can find one of the last two puzzles, or possibly both. This is completely the wrong way, isn't it? But it does correct that part. I think I know what needs to be done. I think I need to plot a course from here all the way round and then back round there. Yeah, looks like it. Oh, this'll take a minute. Goodness me, so what could I be missing? In the fort, I mean. I don't remember any equipment in the fort. I mean, there's going to be no value in just redoing the door puzzles I've already done. One of the puzzles there can be in one of two states, but I've already put it in both states, so it's not that. It's certainly not a tutorial panel, because we've been by the lake and we found all of them. At least I'm fairly certain we found all of them. There we go. I suppose there's a slim chance, although it does feel very slim, that there could be a secret area in the fort that I haven't yet discovered that has a couple of puzzles in it. Perhaps I should check the very starting area again, since if there had been something hidden there, I wouldn't necessarily have known what to look for. Since I didn't know the game at that stage. Right, let's see if we can get this environmental puzzle. Here we go. Right, wish me luck. Good thing the head automatically turns. Right, very shortly we should be able to bridge the first gap. There we go. First gap bridged. Now we just wait. It's actually the same orange door that's going to bridge both gaps, just looked at from different perspectives. Nearly there. Nearly there. Huzzah! Two birds. A bonus one indeed. Right, back to the fort. Once the boat docks. Nearly there. Oh, I wonder if the idea of this island was to cause people to be in an area of natural beauty, completely isolated from social concerns and constantly exposed to high-thinking intellectual ideas as the creators of the island might have expressed it. And so the idea was you leave someone in an environment like this, obviously with the puzzles as well, and if you wait long enough, some sort of mental change will take place. Just a hypothesis. I could be well off the mark. But aside from the magic and the impossible technology, aside from all that, that would more or less explain what's going on here. I had suggested I should go right back to the very start, hadn't I? And check to see if I missed anything. I'm just mostly confused by the law. That sounds reasonable. Perhaps this is some sort of executive getaway for a certain type of executive or something. Spending hundreds of thousands a trip or something like that. Let's investigate that environmental puzzle. Although I'm sure that wasn't what Pengi had been hinting at. Where would we need to be? Probably around here, if we could see in there at all. Nope. So this isn't the correct angle. Perhaps this is all supposed to be in virtual reality. Oh, very clever. But then where? So we can get this far, but then we're a bit stuck. And there aren't very many angles or positions where this even works. And once I begin a puzzle like this, I can stop it midway. I'd need something else to be moving me. Like the boat to, say, connect up over here. How mysterious. So this game would then be virtual reality. Could be. No, I can't see how to do that. It is mysterious because the game seems so insistent that we stand here to do it. And there's nothing in the environment to help move us about. Right, I think I'll need to take that extra hint now, Pengy. There are two puzzles, one enabling the other. They are here, but it is a type that fits better in the tunnels. At least the first one. Ooh. That's a good hint. Gives me something to work with. But still quite mysterious all on its own. Hello. I've never noticed you before. Blimey. Oh, there were more of them. No, that's not going to work. Right idea, I think. But the implementation was wrong. By here, I mean in this castle, in the fort. Thank you, Pengy. Excuse me? Huh. Well, you don't see that every day. Yeah, thank you for the hint. The number of times I must have walked past that, and because it doesn't have the look of a puzzle, it just didn't twig. Oh, hello. Where do you go? Ooh. Is this is this that which I was missing? Looks like it. Oh, maybe not. Maybe once it's finished? Yeah, you didn't really look at it either. I notice you haven't found it by seeing it in the background. Blimey. So that's all of them then, other than the environmental puzzles. This one still confounds me. Thank you, Bengi. Any ideas for how I get this one? Even though I'm not doing the environmental puzzles, it just seems somehow... Now that I know it exists, it's hard to leave it alone. I don't remember exactly either, but is there a way to get the solution yellow? That's what I was thinking. Like, try a new path, but drop it after a bit. Or if you solve it, but then fail the pillar. Now that's a clever idea. Wait. Why are there so many possible solutions? What is that doing? Strange. That hasn't subtracted, I take it? No. I think I should have gone the other way. Yeah. It could have something to do with whatever that puzzle does. I've no clue what it does. I was thinking if it had the same layout as the first with multiple exits, but just having an extra exit. Not sure. But it had similarities, I think. That looks like an environmental puzzle. I'm seeing them everywhere now. Oh, please do, Pengy. I don't suppose it's a Reddit where people post pictures where they think they found the witness puzzles in real life. There we go. Maybe. Hello, digital kid. It's lovely to meet you. So it's just this one and I could rest easy. I think you're right, Pengy, that the ideal solution would be to somehow turn the completed part yellow. I haven't the slightest clue how I would do that though. What if I deliberately failed this? I can't fail this, can I? I could put things back to the credit area set up. But I don't see why that would turn anything orange. It's not to do with lighting filters, is it? That if I'm coming up out of the tunnel, it turns everything a different colour? No. I think I've done that, but I have no idea. It was a long time ago. Oh well. Perhaps we'll have to leave it as a mystery. So thank you for coming, everyone. I do appreciate it. You're just too good at solving puzzles at this point. Well, you say that. Yeah, what was I thinking? Next stream is going to be Monday. Hopefully I'll be beginning Knights of the Old Republic. That's the plan. I've never played it before. I hear it's a very good RPG. Game after that will be Antechamber. That being another puzzle game, I thought I'd mention it now. That will be whenever I finish Knights of the Old Republic. The environmental puzzles get pretty much after a while, in my opinion. Yeah, so Monday, Knights of the Old Republic, hopefully. Next Friday, next Saturday, those are also upcoming streams. I imagine the game will take a while, so those will also be Knights of the Old Republic. Thanks for the stream. Take care, everyone. Good night. Oh, thank you very much, Isha. Yeah, and that's The Witness almost complete. So that's every panel and every audio log. Only thing I didn't do was the environmental puzzles. So, once again, thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.